7 knots, runway 14, clear line, started activities, short final. This is 9 uniform Charlie, contact April 11855.
Good morning everyone and welcome back to Zurich Airport on this Sunday morning, July 27th, 2025. We are north of Zurich Airport area at the approach sector of runway 14 and the weather is not too good and I have no idea what happened before with the setup of the live stream. It looked everything normal, but it wouldn't connect to the announced ULR on YouTube. Then I paused it and yeah, now it opened a new ULR. I have no idea how this happened, but well, it is how it is. At least we are live now. I hope you enjoy the show today and there is a lot of stuff to see. We expect the inbound rush starting in about 15 minutes or so, and then also the outbound rush on runway 16 of the heavy aircraft, and then in the afternoon also we have a very special guest which will arrive hopefully on time such that I can broadcast it here on YouTube. So stay tuned for a lot of traffic today. Could you quickly tell me in the live chat whether you can hear an echo in the sound? I tested it before and it was working fine, just to be sure. Not that dang it. Not that I am that you hear myself like doubled again, like last week. Good morning, El Capitano. Welcome to the live stream. Guillaume, guten Morgen. Willkommen hier im Livestream und Grüße nach Basel. I'm just testing around a bit with the audio, and it seems like there's still an echo in it. I'm trying to solve it right now before the inbound rush starts, so I ask for a little bit of patience from your side, please, and I hope I can figure it out. Otherwise, I have to improvise. Guten Morgen, Hans. Willkommen hier im Livestream. So I now switched off the external microphone of the camera, and I'm only recording the sound with the little microphone here, which is supposed to record the voice only, but I think for now this has to do it. I'll now check how it goes when the airplane lands, whether you can hear the engine sound, etc., and I hope this will be all right. I don't know why this happens, but yeah, this is my improvised solution for now. And now I only hope that some airplanes will show up soon, because it's quite quiet right now. But this will not stay for long. So we have the United Airlines 777 from San Francisco already turning on final approach for runway 14. We'll be here in about 3 to 4 minutes already. Yeah, you can hear the ATC in the background, so as soon as you hear something about United Airlines, then you know that the 777 is very close to the airport already. And maybe a few words about the weather. As you can see, it's not as good as last week. We have quite a cloudy sky today. And from 12 o'clock on, it could be that we get hit by a few rain showers, but I've set up myself such that I can continue filming as long as it's not getting too bad. But according to the radar, it shouldn't be too bad at all. Okay, I can already see it, so we now pan over to the final approach area and see the United Airlines 777 landing. Here it is. Yeah, it's quite dark today as well due to the clouds. So you can see the runway lights which are on. And the next airplane is already on final.
United 44, contact April 121.855, good day.
121.855, United 44.
Scandinavian 4841, wind 240 degrees, 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Hallo Florian, willkommen hier im Livestream am Flughafen Zürich. Schön, dass du dabei bist. So next up we have a SAS A320 Neo inbound from Oslo. Then on taxiway Echo, we have the first Swiss Heavy getting ready for departure on runway 16. Swiss flight 6 to Chicago O'Hare. However, this one will have to wait a bit because there are quite a few airplanes on approach now, including the next one, which is an Air Europa 737 inbound from Madrid. But we'll come back to this one here once it departs, because as you know, in order to take off on runway 16, no aircraft can land on runway 14. So we can see both without missing anything. But first, let's focus on the Air Europa. Here we have two airplanes ready for departure on 16, the A330 and an A220 of Air Baltic in behind. Guten Morgen Thomas, willkommen hier im Livestream am Flughafen Zürich und Grüße an den Bodensee nach Konstanz. So the Chicago flight's now lining up on runway 16. There's one or two more airplanes landing and then I guess he will receive takeoff clearance. But first let's focus on the landings. Next up is an A220 of Swiss. Okay, let's see whether he can already go or not. Dann guten Morgen Daniel und Grüße nach Bern. Okay, there's another one landing on runway 14. Which looks like a Helvetic Embraer. No. Pegasus with an Airbus A320neo. And now the A330 is departing.
Contact 318 can communicate as convenient. Contact Airlines 121-855. Goodbye.
Yeah, my autofocus is a bit on the limit here, but it just worked fine. And the advantage of no sunlight or cloudy weather is that we have no heat haze, so this won't disturb us today. Ja, Thomas, wir werden noch mehrere Edelweiss 340er sehen heute. Die aus Punta Cana ist nicht die einzige. Es gibt noch eine aus Cancun. Und noch eine dritte, glaube ich. Und natürlich der A350, der wird aus Vancouver reinkommen. Aus Seattle kommt noch eine rein, genau. Dann Aviation Galaxy, willkommen hier im Livestream und viel Spaß. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Then there's another airplane taxiing to runway 16 on taxiway Echo, which looks like a Swiss A321. Yes, that's the Swiss flight to Porto. And on approach we have multiple airplanes after that, those two, or after that one. We have Aer Lingus from Dublin, then Edelweiss from Palma, Swiss from Chicago at 777, and Air Canada with the 777-200 LR. And then there's the next A330 coming up behind the trees. This could be the New York flight. Nope. Goes to Bombay. Flight LX154. Another Swiss airplane departing in the background on runway 28. We are quite far away from that one, so let's focus on those which we see rather close. I'm still kind of trying to understand what happened before when I tried to start the stream. The connection was not working properly. And we go over back to the approach area for the Aer Lingus from Dublin, an A320. Quickly go to runway 28 because there we have the Qatar A350 climbing out. Quite far away, but we still see what it is. Gear goes up. It's a typical heavy candidate for runway 28 actually, because Doha is not such a long flight for an A350, so for spotters not ideal. But it is what it is. Next is a Eurowings Airbus, which looks like an A320. Yep. Those two still have to wait because there's more airplane on final. The next one is a 777 of Swiss from Chicago. So let's pan over and enjoy. Very nice. And the next 777 is already on final, as I said. Air Canada with a 777-200 LR from Toronto. And here we have another one taxiing to runway 16, which looks like a United Boeing 767. Oh. And now we have a little bit of wind, I don't like that at all. So the A321 has now switched on the strobe lights, so I guess he has received lineup clearance and will be ready to depart. I quickly check on flight radar. And Air Canada is leaving a little gap behind, so it could be that the A321 departs right after Air Canada. First, let's see the Air Canada 777 landing with the new livery today. Last week I think we had the old one. Did you see how smoothly the first row of the main landing gear touched down? That was quite cool. And I don't know whether you can hear it, but I hear the wake vortices in the air. So, and we are reaching 70 viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone, and welcome to Zurich Airport on this Sunday morning. We are here to the north of the airport in the approach area of runway 14, but we still have a nice view on runway 16 as well. For the departures, there's plenty to see tonight. Today, we have morning, not evening. Then NG Aviation, welcome to the live stream as well. Greetings to you. So, now the A321 can depart as it looks. The A330 is lining up. Of course, we will observe this A330 departing afterwards. I'm quickly setting up the video info in the description below because it opened a new ULR for this live stream. I don't know why, but I quickly have to do that. So the United 767 has to wait a few more minutes. The next airplane for landing has already checked in at the tower frequency, an Asian Airlines Airbus most likely. So, I now set up the description. Now everything should be in order except the thumbnail, but that's only secondary. Dann Swiss Iceman, guten Morgen, willkommen hier im Livestream und viel Spaß. Schön, dass du dabei bist.
0 degrees, 6 knots.
And next up is an Asian A320neo from Athens.
Air 46 from Foxtrot Echo, hello.
So in the meantime, United Airlines is lining up on runway 16. It's United 12 to Chicago, but there are two more airplanes on final first. We have an Air France A220 from Paris,
Air 46
and then a Swiss A330 from New York JFK.
This 15 X-ray, hello. This 15 X-ray, wind 250 degrees, 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
We even get some greetings from the sun. Just came out, but it won't stay for long.
Air 46 from
And
Foxtrot
next up,
Echo.
as I said, the A330 from New York. Now I guess that the United Airlines can take off because the approach sector looks clear. There we go.
Contact apron 11855.
And we have more A330s coming up. Guess those are the ones to Toronto, yes, and the one on the runway is the one to New York. The morning flight to New York. Swiss flies to JFK twice a day. Since the approach sector is clear, I expect that it departs right away. Yep. So here we have the Toronto flight. He's not taxiing further to the holding point, so I guess he has to wait for a while. Yes, because the next airplanes are already on approach. And I really hope that the wind doesn't get much stronger, because the last thing I need today is a runway change, because otherwise, if that happens, we are quite screwed here. This is not the ideal spot for departures on runway 32 and 34 as well. Now you can see the windsock here in the middle of the screen with the white and orange stripes. And each color change represents a wind strength of 3 knots as far as I know. So right now we are between 3 and 6 knots. And each color section which gets stretched out by the wind means 3 knots of wind. Good morning, Lukas. Welcome to the live stream. Enjoy the show. Glad that you joined. Und auch an Friedrich, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Okay, strobe lights are on, so he can line up. However, we take a look at the next landing, which looks like an Edelweiss A320. Okay, my camera work was already better today, but however. So the next one is an Air Montenegro Embraer 195, followed by a Chair A319, and then it looks like there is a gap on the approaches to let the A330 over there depart. So let's take a look at the Embraer first. No man, I really don't like this wind. This, yeah, the weather forecast announced a slight breeze, but not a breeze like this. I really hope it doesn't get stronger. Now the Toronto flight can depart. Oh wait, yeah, it is the Toronto flight, I think. Alright, and the next two airplanes are heavy. We have a 777 of Swiss inbound from Miami, followed by a Delta A330 from New York, Kennedy. Dann Robin, willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist. We're approaching 90 viewers already. Welcome everyone to Zurich Airport again. Sunday morning. Bit cloudy today, but we have plenty to see today with many airplanes arriving, departing, including the Emirates A380 later, a few A340s of Edelweiss, the Edelweiss A350 as well. And then in the early afternoon I have a special surprise, given that they don't change the runway. And the wind, which is picking up a bit of strength right now, I really don't like that. But, well, we're set up at this location right now and we have to see how it goes. Dann an Sander, guten Morgen an dich und willkommen hier im Livestream. Viel Spaß! Current wind, according to the meter, is 8 knots. As soon as it hits 10 knots, it gets critical regarding the runway change. Let's hope that it won't come to that. I'll update the weather info after the next landings, because the first Edelweiss A340 is already close by, so no time for that right now. I have a low crosswind component at the moment. This looks quite cool.
Good morning with 250 degrees.
Of course, 8 knots is nothing for those big birds. And now the wake vortices hit us. And next up, as I said, the Delta A330 from New York, Kennedy. And if I've seen this correctly, after the Delta, yes, then we will see the first Edelweiss A340 of the day. Delta has switched to the A330 now in the summer schedule. Usually they use the 767-400ER, which I kind of prefer. But the A330 is nice as well. Was an A330-200, which are not that common here in Zurich. We get the 300s mostly of Swiss, of course, Turkish Airlines sometimes, although Turkish sometimes also sends the 200, so all good. And now the Edelweiss A340 from Punta Cana is on final approach. And I know how you guys like the A340, so let's take a look, shall we? Here it is. That looked quite cool how he leveled the wings right during the flare. So next we have a Pegasus A321neo from Istanbul, then another one from Istanbul, a AJet 737. Then a Chair A320 from Pristina, and then the American 787 from Philadelphia, which is delayed today. Which is good for us, because like this we can see it. Dann Adrian, willkommen hier im Livestream. Freut mich, dass du dabei bist. Dann auch ESC-Fan 1020, willkommen. Und auch Ingo, herzlich willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass ihr alle dabei seid. And next we have the Pegasus A321neo. So, both flights here from Istanbul arrive from the smaller Istanbul airport, Sabiha Gökçen. I hope I pronounced this just somewhat correctly. And now we have the AJet 737 from the same origin as the Pegasus before. A jet, you maybe have seen the title. Used to be Anadolu Jet, operating Turkish Airlines flights out of the smaller Istanbul airport. And now they got a new brand lately. And also their own flight numbers. Earlier they were flying with Turkish Airlines flight numbers and now with their own ones. So next chair from Pristina, an A320.
American 902, wind 280 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14, American Energy.
Dann Thomas, natürlich kommt heute noch die Emirates A380, aber erst am Nachmittag. In etwa 2 bis 2,5 Stunden circa, dauert noch eine Weile. Well, and very next we have the delayed American flight, Boeing 787-9. It's not too often that you see a landing this time, so let's enjoy that. Very nice. All right. There's, I think, an easy jet climbing out. Can that be? Yep.
American 902, contact apron 1218.
And we have reached over 100 viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone.
Tower 572, wind 280 degrees 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
During this rather cloudy Sunday morning here at Zurich Airport. Approach area runway 14. That's where we are located today. Unlike last week where we were on the observations deck, but I'll visit this spot again, of course. So next we have an ITA Airways A220 followed by a 777 of Swiss from Sao Paulo. The wind has weakened a bit, which is good for us. And now let's enjoy this all blue Airbus here. One of my favorite standard liveries at the moment. What a great livery that is.
Swiss 3, correction 9 3, wind 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, Swiss 9 3.
And next up, the next heavy, Swiss 777 as announced from Brazil. Swiss flight 93.
Bravo 5734, contact apron on 121855. Contact. Swiss 9 3, contact apron 11855, please.
1855, waiting for an Airbus.
And we have the first super chat of the day. Florian, thank you very much for the $5, and I'll definitely get this Rivella after the stream. Thank you very much for your support.
240 degrees 6 knots.
And you know what that means.
To land and kindly expect to vacate the runway.
Okay, clear to land 14, we'll activate exit.
This horn was for you.
Papa, hello.
Okay, next up we have something that looks like a private jet, or a business jet at least. The Gulfstream 650. My opinion, the coolest business jet you can get. If I would have enough money, I probably would get one of those. Insane range, looks very cool. You can land pretty much everywhere with that thing. Really cool. What's your favorite business jet, by the way? Let me know in the live stream below, or in the chat below.
Swiss 84 Echo, hello. Baby 7 Papa, wind 260 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, to land. Runway 15, contact apron 11855.
next is a Helvetic Embraer 195E2, following quite close behind this Airbus which has just landed. Well, Swiss and Helvetic short-haul aircraft. That means that the Swiss inbound rush has now begun from the short-haul flights which left in the early morning. They're now coming back. Two more narrow bodies, two A320s, and then we have the Edelweiss A350. No, first the Swiss A330 and then the Edelweiss A350. So the second Airbus, which is now on approach, is supposed to be an Edelweiss flight, but it's operated by a Swiss aircraft. So I think I use this opportunity quickly to update the weather info, and then we will focus on the two next heavy airplanes, the Swiss A330 and the Edelweiss A350. Okay, not enough time to update all of it, so let's take a look at the two heavies now. Are you ready for the Edelweiss A350 from Vancouver? Even the sun is out. Very nice. Nice. A340 or A350? Which one do you prefer of Edelweiss? Let me know in the live chat. Okay, the weather info is updated. And we have the next airplane on approach, which is an Edelweiss A320. Xaver S., guten Morgen an dich, willkommen hier im Livestream, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And interestingly, before we had a Swiss Airbus flying for Edelweiss, and this Edelweiss Airbus was now flying for Swiss. Change the roles. Next up we have a Croatia Airlines -8 Q400 from Zagreb. One of the only turboprops we get here on a regular basis. I really like seeing this airplane because the touchdown cloud from the tires He's like mixing up with the wake vortices and doing those little circles in the air. Looks quite cool. And next, if I saw it correctly, we have a Swiss A321 from Brussels. Take no prisoners, welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy it so far. And also Andrew, welcome to you. So next we have a Helvetic Embraer 190 from Düsseldorf. I already have 30 minutes of recorded footage, that's quite nice. That's a good amount for the next compilation then. Video compilations which I upload on Wednesday, and on the weekend the live streams. And next we have another Helvetic Embraer, this time an E2. Yep. He just caught it centimeters away from the runway. Very smooth touchdown. And you could see the difference between the old generation of the E-Jets and the new one. The new one has bigger engines and no winglets. And here we have another A220, the competing aircraft model to the E-Jets. must say. I prefer flying with the A220 if I had the choice. I just like the cabin a bit better, brighter, and bigger windows, at least from what I can tell. And the next one, as it looks, is an A320neo from Berlin. Yeah, all of those flights are now Swiss flights from the continental destinations, bringing transfer passengers for the long-haul flights which depart later. That's the typical hop function of Zurich. Between 6 and 7 a.m. we have an inbound rush of heavy airplanes. Then between 7 and 8 a.m. the first departure of rush of narrow-body aircraft to continental destinations. Then between like 10 and 11:30, so right now we have short and long-haul flights inbound. And then between 12 and 2 p.m. we have the short-haul and long-haul flights departing. Then the short-haul flights are coming back between like 4 and 5 and leave again at between 5 and 6 p.m. And then the short-haul flights come back again between 9 and 10 p.m. and very late in the evening between like 10:30 and 11 p.m. the last long-haul flights depart. That's the Swiss hub here at Zurich in a nutshell. And Duke, welcome to the live stream to you as well. Glad that you joined. And all the others, of course, as well. That was a Lufthansa A319 from Frankfurt. I'm flying this route actually quite often, also with the A319. I know it by heart in the meantime. Dann Roman, willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Und ja, um diese Uhrzeit ist immer sehr viel los. Das ist eben die Ankunftswelle kurz vor Mittag und dann kurz nach dem Mittag gehen diese Flieger alle wieder raus. So next we have an Iberia A321. I quickly switched to the back part of the airplane to show you the sticker of this airplane. Promoting something, but to be honest, I don't know exactly what it was. Cantabria Infinita sticker. Okay. That's the first one for me. Never seen that one before. Next we have an A321neo of Swiss inbound from Hamburg. Yeah, they're landing like every 2 minutes at the moment, or even shorter spacing. Lots of work for ATC at the moment. Den Nidher, willkommen hier im Livestream auch an dich. Schön, dass du dabei bist. And I think we just continue with the next one, Air Baltic A220. So I think by now we have pretty much seen all airplanes which are flying for Swiss on the short-haul network, like the Air Baltic A220, then the A320 and A321. We have seen the A320neo and the A321neo. And we have also seen the Helvetic E-Jets, both of the old and new generation. What we haven't seen yet though is a KLM airplane today, and one is on final now, an Embraer 190 from Amsterdam. Yeah, from KLM we get the Embraer E-Jets and also the 737, and since a short time also the A321neo. As you may know, KLM has ordered, to the surprise of many, the A320neo family to replace the aging 737s instead of the 737 MAX. And the next flight from Amsterdam is already on final. An Embraer 195 of Helvetic flying for Swiss. Flight LX725. Two Amsterdam flights in a row. How about that? I've already been plane spotting in Amsterdam this year, in April. You can find the video on my channel. So if you have time after this live stream, feel free to check it out. It's a takeoff compilation filmed at Polderbaan, one of the best plane spotting locations ever. And the Helvetic Embraers just keep coming. Well, might be that you hear like a child screaming in the background. We are at the public space place here, so it is how it is. Und Steven, willkommen hier im Livestream auch an dich. Viel Spaß und ja, es regnet nicht. Noch nicht zumindest. Es könnte sein, dass ein paar Regenschauer vorbeiziehen noch, aber ich bin vorbereitet drauf. Oh, go around. Yeah, I have to let it fly out. The angle is too steep. I didn't hear on ATC now what the reason was. It could be that the spacing was not enough, or that they were not stabilized on final. Well, the first go around on the live stream on this channel. How about that? Then we have now another Edelweiss A320 flying for Swiss, inbound from Paris. Then we have Swiss with an A321 from Copenhagen and a Condor A321 Neo from Palma de Mallorca. The next up, as I said, the A321 from, what was that, Copenhagen? Yes. So now you can also see where we are. Over there is a takeaway restaurant. offering snacks and everything. And this is quite a famous spot also for non-aviation geeks, just for people who would like to watch some airplanes landing and departing. And then another fun fact over there is the weather office. Having a great view over the airport over there. It's a little hill, as you can see. And if they would build some kind of a platform there we can get on, this would be quite amazing. Because you would have an excellent view also on the lineups on runway 16 and of course the touchdowns on runway 14. But yeah, this is rather a dream which will not come true. So next is Condor with the A321neo with green stripes. Condor flying to Zurich since 2021 and actually directly competing with Edelweiss. I was curious how that will turn out, but it seems like they do quite well. I have the feeling that they extended their network even from Zurich, so seems like there is space for them here. I still hope that they would send one of their 757s again this summer, like they did in the previous years too. And speaking of a 757, we are expecting one. The Icelandair, to be precise, arriving in like 90 minutes.
Condor 9 X-ray Tango, contact April 1218555.
And the Swiss short-haul flights keep coming in. And slowly but surely we are expecting also the next heavy departures. And as if I have sniffed it, we have the Etihad Boeing 787-9 taxiing to runway 16. Of course, when I'm not on the observation stack, they depart on 16. That's typical. It will appear behind the trees in any second. Flight EY144. One of 2 daily flights at the moment to Abu Dhabi. Okay, now the wingtip appears. And since on final there is nothing more than other Swiss airplanes, I would suggest that we just focus on that one.
Hello, Swiss 598 Lima, wind 230 degrees 8 knots, runway 14, clear to land, hotel 2 available.
Last year they used the 787-10 as well. However, this year, since they have 2 daily flights, they switched back to the Dash 9. And also in the winter we had the A350-1000 sometimes. That was quite cool. And in the next winter they also sent the A321LR to Zurich. Now I'm curious how long he has to wait for departure. Yeah, there are a few more airplanes on the final. This is also one of my favorite standard liveries here. Okay, he will have to wait for a while actually, because there is another A220 on approach and then an A330 from Boston, Swiss flight LX53. And behind the A330 the next Edelweiss A340, flight WK7 from Seattle.
Swiss 4 Yankee Heavy, hello. Swiss 339er Hotel, wind 220 degrees 7 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
14, clear to land. With 339er Hotel.
Swiss 598 Lima, contact agent 121855.
It was about time that we see the next heavies. Quite a lot of smaller airplanes were landing in the past like 30 minutes, so. And behind it looks like there's another one coming up, which looks like the wingtip of a Boeing 767. And so it is, flight UA135, United 767-300 to Newark. But we will focus on those two in a few minutes. Now it's time for the A330 from Boston and the A340 from Seattle. So now we see, looks like the United will go first. Etihad is standing on Echo 1, which is the very first runway entry, and United is now lining up on Echo 2.
For Yankee, contact April 11855.
Yeah, there's a gap in the approaches after the Edelweiss A340, so I expect that at least one of those two can depart after the Edelweiss quad jet, which is now on short final. So we pan over and enjoy the second out of 3 Edelweiss A340s landing today in this stream. The third one is unfortunately a bit delayed. Okay, I was quite pleased with that camera work, and now the United is departing. As soon as the sun is a little bit out, I think there is a little bit of heat haze, but it's just about okay. And next is the Etihad. I don't see any airplanes on approach, so I guess they will have clearance soon as well. And here we go.
Hello, 347, Zurich Tower, hello. Winds 230 degrees, 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Well, thank you to the wind for vibrating the footage. Always appreciated, of course. And that was actually quite interesting. I don't know whether you heard it that well, but the difference between the 767 and the 787 in terms of engine noise was quite impressive now. Like the 767, you could really hear the power of the engines, but The 787 sounded more like a vacuum cleaner. And we have again way over 100 viewers at the moment. Welcome everyone to Zurich Airport. I hope you enjoy it. Today during this Sunday morning session or soon afternoon session, it's shortly before 12 o'clock. And we have a lot more to see. The Emirates A380, some other airplanes landing like the Icelandair 757, and then of course the departure rush of all the heavy airplanes which have landed in the morning. This will be quite something to see. And a bit later there's a special one coming, but I'll keep you posted on that when I have official confirmation that he's really coming. And the next one is an El Al 737 from Tel Aviv. And I see also the Delta 767-300 to Atlanta has been pushed. You can see it now on the screen. So we will see it departing in like 5 to 10 minutes from now.
LL347, contact April 121855, goodbye.
55, goodbye, love.
With 8 kilo whiskey, wind 230 degrees, 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
3114.
Okay, the 767 is now taxiing. And an Air Baltic A220 touching down on runway 14. Gesundheit.
Swiss 47 Mike, wind 210 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
I just checked the weather radar and it looks like we are really lucky. It really looks like it's going to stay dry for the rest of the stream. In the one hand I could say I set up myself for a rain shower for nothing, but I'd rather not need it anyway, so I gladly take that. Here we have another Air Baltic A220. And as I've said, in a few minutes we will see the Delta not A, of course, Boeing 767-300 to Atlanta departing It's now taxiing to runway 16 and will come to our site within the next 1 or 2 minutes.
This is 3 Charlie Victor, wind 220 degrees 7 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Good land on 14, this is 3 Charlie.
Then on time at 1:05 p.m. we expect the Icelandair 757 and at 1:40-ish the Emirates A380. But until then there is a lot of other stuff to see. Like the Singapore 777, another United 767, and also a few of the many heavy airplanes which will depart after 1 p.m. will be departing before the Emirates will be landing, so there's more than enough to see until then. Okay, I can already hear the engines of the 767. So let's prepare for it, as it will appear behind the trees there. And here it is. You can now see the winglets and the wingtip. Dann Nikolas, hallo und willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And here it is, the Delta 767 to Atlanta, which is a seasonal service, not all year long. Only in the summer months they do this. They have another daily flight to New York, and this one is operated all year long. So, and I'm not entirely sure, but the Atlanta flight is not operated daily. So today we have 2 Delta flights. As soon as the sun is out, there's heat haze, of course. But well, if I look to the west, there is quite a lot of clouds coming over, so I think this is only temporary. Dann Siven Tiran, ich hoffe, ich habe den Namen richtig ausgesprochen. Willkommen auch an dich hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Und ja, das Wetter ist nicht so gut wie letzte Woche, aber besser als erwartet sogar. Ich habe nicht gedacht, dass wir heute die Sonne sehen.
Papa, contact apron 121-855. With 8 Charlie Delta, wind 240 degrees 8 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land. 8 Charlie Delta.
Hotel Yankee, wind 260 degrees 7 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land. 660 Hotel Yankee.
With 8 Charlie Delta, contact apron 121-855. This point, cruise, hello.
Just updated the weather data for you all. Not much changed actually, just that the cloud layers are a bit different, and also we have a few towering cumulus clouds around. And there's also a temporary notice for thunderstorms. Let's see whether this will come true, but we hope not. So this Delta has to be a bit patient here. But it looks as it can line up right now. And get in position for its departure. I saw there are 2 more airplanes on final, 2 Embraers of Helvetic. An Robin und Matthias, willkommen an euch hier im Livestream. Schön, dass ihr dabei seid und Grüße nach Luzern und ins Murgental. Okay, and after the next landing there's a little gap in the approaches, so I expect the 767 to depart in like 1.5 minutes-ish, as soon as the next one has touched down on the runway. They should have a little window to let this 767 go. Okay, let's get ready in case. And here we go. Let's keep tracking this one a bit. It's now entering the left turn after departure, which is initiated at 2000 feet or 1 DME from Cloton VOR, whichever is later as far as I know, if I have the procedure correctly in mind. And they do this left turn in order to avoid the densely populated areas to the south of the airport. And now you can also see why you can't land at runway 14 at the moment, because this 767 is now crossing the go-around path. And of course this path has to be free. And at the moment it's blocked, so no landings. It looks like it's... no, it's not. They have a western route today. Or eastern route, better say, flying to the east towards Lake Constance, and then it will turn north towards Germany, and then proceed across the pond. And now the approach sector is full of airplanes again. So I'd say we take a look. Next one is an A220. No, an ERJ190 of Helvetic. Der Matthias, ja, die Antonov 225 habe ich gesehen. Die war mal hier in Zürich und zwar 2013 war das, glaube ich. Im September oder so. Da war sie einmal da. Die Landung habe ich leider nicht gesehen, aber den Start, und das war relativ enttäuschend leider, weil ich stand da drüben irgendwo auf dem Feld und dann habe erwartet, dass er auf der 34 rausgeht, aber er ging dann leider auf der Piste 16 raus, in die falsche Richtung. Das war sehr schade. So the inbound rush will slowly but surely fade out as we are approaching or pretty much hitting 12 o'clock in a minute. And then it's about time for the departure rush. So Matthias in the live chat has asked whether I've seen the Antonov 225, and yes, I did. It was back in September 2013, quite a long time ago already. But unfortunately I was at the wrong spot. Also back here in the approach area, since I expected a departure on runway 34, but it departed on 16, the wrong direction. Pity for me, but I have seen it. I think the video is still on YouTube, actually. There's a little business jet now on approach. A Bombardier Challenger 604 most likely from VistaJet. We see them quite often here. Also they're Bombardier Global Expresses, or do they have Gulfstreams? I'm not sure. No, I think they only have the Globals. Und Ivan, willkommen an dich hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist, und du bist mit dem Edelweiss 350 geflogen. Das ist sehr cool. Und das nach Ibiza. Eine sehr kurze Route für den A350. Ich bin vor ein paar Wochen mit dem Edelweiss 320 geflogen nach Fuerteventura und Gran Canaria. Yeah, and a Helvetic Embraer, something we have not seen at all today. Of course, there's an irony in this statement.
Edelweiss 403 Yankee, wind 240 degrees, 10 knots, 21.4 clear to land.
14 clear to land, Edelweiss 403 Yankee.
Quebec, contact apron 12855.
Von Ägypten nach Zürich mit der 777, das ist auch nicht schlecht. Mit welcher Gesellschaft war das? War das mit der Swiss einmal oder mit einer anderen Linie? Und mit der A340 bist du auch geflogen. Du hast ja das ganze Programm durch. Cool. So this one I also filmed for the compilation for later. I think we did not yet have a Swiss Star Alliance livery yet.
Hello, the flying group 71 Bravo Market service 3.5 flying 1.
Flying Group 71 Bravo Mike, Zurich Tower.
Die Manchester Livery kommt heute Abend von der Etihad. Ja, das ist schade, da habe ich keine Zeit. Weil ich habe sie schon ein paar Mal gesehen. Ihr habt ja interessante Reisepläne hier nach Dubai mit dem A380. Den werden wir bald sehen. Der kommt in 1,5 Stunden rein. Matthias ist nach Costa Rica geflogen mit dem A340, auch sehr cool. And next on approach we have on flight radar it just says GLEX for Bombardier Global Express, so a business jet, the competing model to the Gulfstream which we have seen earlier. Let's see whether it has a good livery or it's just in a boring plain white. Yeah, I've already seen better liveries on business jets, but at least it had some color on it.
Factory Alpha, wind 24 degrees 7 knots, 21 4 clear to land.
Qatar did land 214 fraction 530 off.
Flying Group 71 Bravo Mike, turn right.
And the Helvetic Embraers just keep coming. And I have a wasp which is annoying me right now a bit. I hope it decides to annoy somebody else soon, because I can't need that when I'm filming. Oh, there's another GLEX first, okay. And that was NetJets, which is one of the leading providers of business jet flights for charter. The other company we've seen today already is VistaJet with the Gulfstream that was. Or was it a Gulfstream? I'm not sure anymore. Anyways. Los Angeles mit der 777, die Route bin ich schon mal geflogen, allerdings in die andere Richtung. Nach San Francisco hin und von Los Angeles aus zurück. And once again we have a Helvetic Embraer on final. Next we have a Swiss A321 with winglets. Haven't that one had before already, so let's see. Swiss has three different kinds of A321s. They have the A321-100, which is their oldest ones, with the classic winglets, which are above and below the wing. Then you have the A321-200, which you've just seen before, with the winglets, and of course the A321neos. Today is quite interesting. There are many Swiss flights flying for Edelweiss and vice versa. And I have to correct myself, NetJets has Gulf Streams in their fleet, and we are going to see one in like 5 minutes because there's one inbound from Teterboro. Very nice. And also we have an A330 from Newark, which is currently number 3 for landing. And the next one is a Swiss A320neo flying for Edelweiss from Varna. And next we have the A330 from Newark. Swiss Flight LX-19er. Oh, here it is. Peach Blossoms, welcome to the live stream. Thank you for tuning in. Und auch an Kobi Schmitz. Moin an dich, Grüße und willkommen.
Was machen Sie?
Livestream.
Okay. Von allen Maschinen oder ausgewählte? Oder?
Fast alle, je nachdem. Wenn ein paar kommen, die schon ein paar Mal hier vorbeigeflogen sind, dann
Dann nicht mehr.
nicht unbedingt. Nicht das Gleiche.
Okay. Und das wird geschaut, logisch?
Ja.
Oder wie?
Also jetzt sind etwa knapp 100 Leute dabei, glaube ich.
Okay.
Ja, 90.
Cool. Und das schaut man ein bisschen von allen Flughäfen auf der Welt, oder wie? Oder?
Ich mache es nur in Zürich im
Jawohl.
Moment, aber es gibt auch welche, die in Frankfurt machen, Los Angeles, London.
Okay.
Ja, immer, ja.
Also und so wie es landet oder einfach von
Auch
irgendwas
ein Start
von
aus
hinten?
dem 16, je nachdem. Von daher sieht man nur die zwei Bahnen.
Jawohl.
Aber,
Also Start und Land.
Genau.
Cool. Sehr gut. Und wie lange jetzt? Ein paar Stunden? Oder?
Um 9:30 habe ich angefangen, ich bleibe etwa bis 3, je nachdem. Ja. Und der wollte zeigen.
Also, cool. Viel Spaß.
Merci vielmals. So, and now we have the NetJets Gulfstream from Teterboro. That was one of the newer Gulfstreams. And as I already mentioned, if I would get a private jet, probably this one.
Contact date 2121 855, goodbye.
Ja, Matthias, danke dir fürs Einschalten und jederzeit wieder. Macht mir sehr viel Spaß hier. Und wenn es euch gefällt, umso besser. Well, I see on flight radar that Singapore Airlines flight 345, a 777 has been pushed back and already started taxiing, but is currently waiting on the de-icing pad. Could be that they have to let another airplane pass, which has priority or is first in line. It could be the Swiss flight to Delhi, also been pushed back, which is an A330. But the position where the Singapore is parked right now is usually one which is used in case of a slot delay, and this can take a long time sometimes, but we hope that it's not too long for this Singapore, because this is one I've been waiting for actually, like to fill the gap between the arrival and departure rush. Okay, we have another 2 Swiss flights landing, an A220 and A320, and then we have Speedbird, British Airways A320 inbound from Heathrow. I just checked on the Emirates A380, expected arrival time according to flight radar at 1:39 p.m. Okay, the daily flight is now taxiing, just turning on taxiway Echo towards runway 16. Runway 16 is the longest runway here in Zurich, measuring 3,700 meters length and is 60 meters wide. Mainly used for departures of heavy airplanes, sometimes also narrow-body, depending on their takeoff performance. If runway 28 is not long enough for all cases. As you may know, for takeoff the pilots calculate all scenarios, including an engine failure, and then they also need to take in consideration the takeoff climb performance with only one running engine. And then it could be that a short-haul flight is also taking off on runway 16. And in the morning they use runway 34 in the opposite directions for landing. Und Ivan, den Start der Singapur werde ich euch natürlich zeigen. Ich hoffe, dass das nicht allzu lange dauert jetzt, weil der sitzt auf einem Parkplatz, der üblicherweise nur dafür gebraucht wird, wenn es Verspätungen gibt, aber wir hoffen mal das Beste. Oh. And as this A330 appears, if I look to the west, it could be that we get a little rain shower here. But as I said, yeah, I feel some water droplets already. To the north, oh my god. To the north it's raining quite heavily actually. I hope that doesn't hit us. So here we have the flight to Delhi. LX146 and A330. I quickly checked the weather radar. Oh. Now I missed Speedbird, sorry about that. However, I saw on the radar we will get hit by a rain shower in 15 to 20 minutes. Not a too big one, luckily, but I will need the umbrella. So this one can line up directly on runway 16. Good thing is, if there is a little rain shower, we maybe get some water spray action. This would be quite cool. And I expect the takeoff of this A330 after the landing, which is just taking place right now. There's no other airplane on approach. And after that I will use the time to quickly prepare for this rain shower. And here it goes.
Contact 331 for Echo 855 again.
Yeah, the wind is picking up some speed now ahead of these rain showers. I hope that this doesn't provoke a runway change, to be honest, but since it's only temporary, I have hope.
That's Whiskey, Tower No, wind 260 degrees, 10 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
So, I am rain ready, and it will strike us in a few minutes actually. Now let's see whether my equipment, the way I set it up, is rain proven or not. I hope it is. Ja, Frank, wenn es einen Runway Change gibt, dann bin ich hier ziemlich aufgeschmissen wahrscheinlich. Und ich weiß noch nicht genau, was ich dann mache. Ob ich dann hier bleibe und ein paar Starts noch filme oder ob ich dann abbrechen muss. Weil wenn der Wind zu stark wird, dann wird es ziemlich mühsam. Aber im Moment sieht es noch nicht nach Runway Change aus. Okay, the rain has started. And unfortunately it is quite windy. I hope they keep the runway usage concept as it is. Oh. Okay, shit. Okay, with gusts like that it will be difficult. My god. Maybe we'll see some go-arounds now, who knows. I'm now filming with one hand only. In the other hand I have the umbrella. Okay. The wind is now a bit calmer. I hope it stays like that.
Airbus 275, 26 degrees 12 knots, runway 14 clear to land, hotel 2 is available.
Runway 14 clear to land, that's a 2 to the dock.
Yeah, it's just gusty.
Turn right into hotel 1, contact April 1 to National 855 goodbye.
Right, hotel 1 and 1 to
Yeah, it wasn't announced that the wind would get this gusty. This is now not ideal, to say the least. Oh, god damn it. My umbrella gets turned around non-stop. If it only would be the rain, it wouldn't be too bad. Just those gusty winds, they make my life quite difficult right now. Ja, Frank, mit 8 Knoten wird es keinen Runway Change gehen, aber die Böen sind definitiv stärker als 8 Knoten. Also das steht, glaube ich, fest. Das fühle ich regelrecht. But as long as those wind gusts are just ahead of this little rain shower which is approaching right now, or just passing us, I think we should be safe, more or less. And now it's a bit calmer for the moment, but this could change any second again. So, here we have another airplane on final, which looks like a Helvetic Embraer. don't know what Singapore Airlines is doing. Still sitting on the de-icing pad, which is behind those trees here. Seems like they have a slot delay. So, the rain is getting a bit weaker now. Is that already it, or was this just a warm-up? Yes, it was the warm-up. There's another short shower after 1 p.m. And after that one we should be fine. Okay, I can put the umbrella away again. Good for us. So I can film normally again. It's always a bit tricky to film only with one hand, but that was fine. The lens has no drop on it, that's good. And yeah, we have to be a bit patient at the moment because the inbound rush is through and we are waiting for the departures. But they kind of do not want to start really. Singapore Airlines should have departed already. The American Airlines is delayed, but as far as I have seen, they should depart right now as well, but I don't see them on the screen yet. What I do see is Swiss flight 242 to Dubai. Seems to be ready for pushback. But well. Yeah, depending on which radar you look, there is an optimistic and a pessimistic scenario, to say the least. One says more or less clear or dry conditions until like 3 p.m. and the other says a bit earlier already quite heavy rain, so Let's see whether we are lucky or not. We take it as it comes.
Austrian 555, Zurich Tower, hello, wind 280 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land, hotel 2 is available.
Runway 14, clear to land, hotel 2 available, Austrian 555.
Star 105, contact apron 12 decimal 855. Star 105, contact apron 121 decimal 855.
21855, Star 105.
Austin 555, Roger, heading 110 approved.
Okay, so this approach, heading 110 approved, Austrian 555.
Alright, I have also promised you a special visitor today. I don't see it yet on the radar, so I will not unveil it yet. And also its arrival is scheduled right when this rain shower should come. Yeah, I will have to see whether I will stay so long, but we will see. I have to decide this spontaneously then. But for now, let's just enjoy what we get. Next one is an Austrian Airlines A320. Yeah, as a plane spotter, you can actually, as a filming plane spotter at least, there's either photograph or video. For a video spotter, either wind or rain is okay. You can deal with that. If it is combined, then it gets interesting, to say the least. At least in the way I film. Dann Andrea, herzlich willkommen im Livestream, schön, dass du dabei bist. Ein ZRH Aircraft, ja, der Edelweiss 340, der hat Verspätung. Das ist, glaube ich, der aus Cancun. Kommt in einer Stunde etwa rein. And Narita Aviation, welcome to the livestream as well. Glad that you joined. And we are still waiting for Singapore Airlines. That really looks like a slot delay. And the Dubai flight is also sitting at the parking position yet, so we have to remain patient. Okay, the wind has now calmed down again, almost really calmed down, which is good for us. But as I said, according to the weather radar, shortly after 1 p.m. I expect the next rain shower. And let's see whether it will be as windy as the one we had just before. Although it wasn't really a shower, it was just some droplets, but it gets a bit tricky when filming with an umbrella. Well, at the moment it's really calm in terms of traffic. Wow. No airplanes on approach. They are departing on 28 at the moment. The first short-haul flights initiating the departure rush, but they are quite far away. All those airplanes we've seen landing in the past 90 minutes, they are departing now. And we are waiting for the next heavies, or the first heavies, better say. Dann Levin, willkommen an dich hier im Livestream. Und ja, Verspätungen, die gibt's ab und zu. Ist ärgerlich, ist mir auch schon passiert, aber kommt leider vor. Also, es dauert. There's about 50 minutes remaining until the Emirates A380 will be landing. It's a bit delayed today, but only about 20 minutes. And there was the first black screen. I thought I make it without today, but however. As I said, at around 1:40 p.m. Emirates A380, and I hope that until then we will see some more heavies departing. And also an Edelweiss A340, which is delayed from the morning inbound rush, should land within the next 50 minutes. And I've seen on the flight radar as well that the Icelandair 757 is slowly but surely getting closer. About 20 more minutes. So, and I am looking to the west, checking whether this rain shower really comes up or not. But it looks like it is. Okay, now we have some pushback on the north side of Dock E. You can actually see the tail fin of American Airlines Boeing 787, which has been pushed back in a way such that I expect a departure on runway 16. And there is a United 767 to Washington, which is also getting pushed back. It looks like they are pushing them back right on taxiway Foxtrot or Echo, which are over here behind those trees, such that American can taxi by and United is not blocking the way. It's a long pushback actually. And Singapore Airlines is still sitting on the de-icing pad. I wonder when this one will be moving. Okay, it looks like the Icelandair 757 will get quite a direct routing to the final approach course, so I expect it in 10 minutes, about, not much longer. That's good for us. A 757, not too often here. Icelandair was a frequent 757 visitor here earlier, but as you may know, they are phasing them out as we speak, replacing them with the 737 MAX and also the A321 Neos. So I enjoy those 757s as long as I can. And there it seems like they are pulling the Thai 777 to the gate. You can see it behind the trees. And if the weather permits, we will see this one departing soon. its departure is actually scheduled in like 40 minutes and they're pulling it now to the gate. I wonder whether they make it on time. Unless they have loaded the catering already, but they have to be ready to board right now if they want to make that. Yeah, it will be a short range hour of about 10 minutes as it looks. It will reach us in about 10 minutes from now, maybe a bit sooner. I just hope that the winds will not be too strong, such that I can continue filming more or less normally just with one hand, with the umbrella. I hope that works. I really do. Oh man. Yeah, when there's nothing going on, I really have to remember to move the zoom button from time to time. But over there you can see this rain shower. It looks like the core will not hit us, at least that. A little bit further to the south it looks a bit better, but just observing the cloud movement for a bit. Yep. We will get hit as it looks. Great. Okay. Brace for impact in that case. Yep, that's not just a rain shower, it's really pouring down over there. I mean, I can zoom in a little. The hill which you see normally is almost covered in the rain fog.
Hello, Icelandair 12 Charlie Tower, wind 250 degrees at 7 knots, runway 14, clear line.
And now the Icelandair 757 is on final. It looks like just before we get showered, we can see the 757 landing. Let's see how windy it gets afterwards. I really pray almost that it won't be too bad. Rain itself is not a problem. The combination makes the issue, actually. Wind and rain. Oh. This could get interesting now. It moves quite quickly, actually. See whether I think that 757 will make it just before the rain shower reaches us. And I also hear the engines of the 767 of United, so after the landing we will just pan over to the taxiway and see when they will depart. So it's 7:57 time, everyone. Icelandair from Reykjavik. What a beautiful airplane that is. And actually, it was not the United airplane I heard it, but I thought it would be taxiing now, but it's actually this Iberia A321 departing to Madrid. And here we have the American 787 to Philadelphia. And now it's about time to get ready for the rain, because it gets closer. I quickly pan over again and you can see it. I give this about 3 minutes, 5 minutes max. Unfortunately, I have no shampoo with me. This is the ultimate test for my equipment here. What about the United 767? This one should also be taxiing up. Ah, it's following behind. Okay. And then there is an Air Baltic A220 also taxiing to runway 16, and Singapore is still waiting. Okay, I thought that maybe this rain, the core of the rain will like pass us to the north or south, but it really looks like it's going directly over our heads. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, and the American can line up right away. You've seen it landing earlier, it was delayed. Also departure slightly delayed, but they catched up some of the time. And maybe during the flight they will catch up the rest. So. Although now it looks like the rain will, or like the worst part of it passes us to our south. Like, you can hear it actually. Here, the woods there is already fully in the rain. This looks quite interesting if you look. So it seems like, oh, water spray action, how cool is that? Look at this. Okay. No. Not now. So much for we would get spared. Or like, we don't get hit by the worst part. Okay, now filming with one hand only. The umbrella uses up the other one. It kind of works as long as the wind doesn't get much stronger. Like right now. Ah, man. Please don't. Okay, now the United is taking off. Yeah, well. A lot of water on the runway right now, as you could see. The airplane was pretty much covered by all the water spray. And here is the Air Baltic A220. Okay, the worst part of the rain is already over. That was a short shower. But it was good enough to put the runways underwater pretty much. Let's see this water spray for this one. Boom.
250 degrees 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, 1
Yep. That's a lot of spray for such a small aircraft. And off it goes. So, the airport was really hit by a rain shower before, as you could see. Now it's just raining a bit, but not too bad. Singapore Airlines is still sitting on the de-icing pad. I have no idea when it will depart, if it will depart. Ja, Kobi, das frage ich mich auch, was mit der Singapur los ist. Die sitzt nun schon seit fast einer Stunde auf dem de-icing pad. Sieht nach einem Slot-Delay aus. So, and then we have the next landing, which is an Edelweiss A320. And I think I will try to film that, even though it is not that easy at the moment here, but I'll do my very best. Okay.
This is Hotel Tango Tower, continue approach, translation, feeble shower suffering.
It somehow worked out. Yep. I don't like the wind now. Okay. The lens is still dry, that's good. Das Ausblatt, ich bin in Oberglatt, hier regnet es gerade. Okay, rain is stopping now. That's good. So I hope I can get rid of the umbrella in a few minutes or seconds even. And then I hope that this was the last rain shower for now a while. Yep, it seems like that was it. And my precautionary measures actually did their job. Everything stayed dry. Perfect. So I quickly have to replace one of my rubber bands which I used to pan the tripod at. Has broken just during the rain shower, which is not ideal, but now I'm getting a new one. So come on. Thank you. All right, we are ready to go again. And I hope the airplanes are also ready to go soon, because it's very calm. It's 1:15. Actually, the first heavies should be departing now. Yeah, they are appearing on the flight radar slowly but surely on the parking position, but they let us wait here. Don't like that. Okay, according to the weather radar, we have now a time window of about 1 hour and 15 minutes until the next rain. And this next rain looks a bit worse or longer than the one we've just had. So I really hope that everything will be done at like 2:15 p.m. such that I can pack my stuff together and avoid this rain shower. or this is not only a shower, this is a really rain cluster approaching, such that I can pack everything in an orderly manner. That would be great, but let's see. So we have the first A330 getting pushed back from Dock E right now, which is Swiss flight 86 to Montreal, an A330. I hope this is the starting sign for a bit more busy times now, because we have been waiting now for quite a while and pretty much nothing happened. Well, we have still some people staying with us. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone, today. It's Sunday. Of course, here at Zurich, we are in the approach area of runway 14 and we are expecting slowly but surely the Emirates Airbus A380. Just check on flight radar where it is. It's about 30 minutes out, but depending on the routing, maybe it's a bit faster. It's coming in from the south today, that's interesting, usually. Or maybe it will turn northwards again to get the eastern approach or arrival route. But currently it looks rather like a southern approach. What's going on with all those heavies? Like, seriously. It really looks like it's going to be, we were waiting now for quite a bit, then everything at once. Like, in like 20 minutes, and then it's done. That'll be a typical Zurich Airport spotter moment here. Because according to flight radar, everything is scheduled at like 13:30 or like 1:30 p.m. and 1:50 p.m. Okay, we have a next arrival, which is a Air Nostrum CRJ 1000 inbound from Rostock in northern Germany. Interesting route for this airplane. It's actually so Entemich Schnabel, welcome to the live stream, and we don't know what is going on with the Singapore 777. It has been sitting there now for more than an hour. It seems like a slot delay, but we have no details on it. And here is the Air Nostrum CRJ. Actually a pity that the Emirates A380 is not landing now on the red runway. If that thing activates reversers, then this would look quite cool, but I guess until that it is here, the runway will be dry already. Yeah, the first Swiss A330 of the departure rush is now taxiing to runway 16, which is good news for us. But so far it remains the only one. Okay, we will see what happens after 1:30, whether they really shoot out everything at once. Then we'll get a huge queue in front of runway 16. This would look quite cool, however, we have been waiting now. I think we deserve that something happens. The next one on approach is a Croatia Airlines A319 from Dubrovnik, also a summer season flight. Yeah, Singapore Airlines is really a reminder to not miss your departure slot at Zurich, otherwise it could be that you really wait for hours. We had something similar last week, I think. I don't remember quite which airplane it was, but one airplane was also waiting at the same spot. I think it was a United 767, I'm not sure though. Here we have the Croatia Airlines A319. And the runway has already dried up quite a bit. And now let's focus on this A330 here, taxiing to runway 16 on taxiway Echo. Yeah, now it's getting started here. We have also an A330 to Boston, now crossing runway 28, taxiing to 16. We have Swiss flight 242 to Dubai getting pushed back, and Swiss flight 160 at 777 also getting pushed back. It's literally always the same. You wait and wait and wait, and then all of a sudden it starts. Croatia Airlines A319 is actually an airplane I'm trying to catch as many times as I can as well, because they're currently getting their first A220s, and they will replace them, of course. Alright, the program for the next hour is pretty clear. Departure rush hour and Emirates A380. That's what's going to happen in a nutshell for the next 50 minutes. Let's see how wet the runway still is. Be cool to get some water spray action here. Yeah, he's rather careful during the lineup. Could be that it's a bit slippery or whatever. The approach sector is clear, theoretically. It could depart right now. I think I switched to the tower frequency 1 now. There's another one taking off on runway 28 first. And behind the trees I can already see the next one coming up. So we have two A330s currently waiting for takeoff. Okay, and now it is official. I can announce the special guest which I expect. It's a Royal Air Force Airbus A321neo with Prince William on board, who will visit the finals of the UEFA Euro 2025 today, which take place in Basel. However, it is scheduled to arrive in Zurich in about, hopefully, 45 minutes. Yeah, many heavies are now coming, indeed. Another one taking off on runway 28 first. Uh-huh. Okay, 20 seconds to go. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there we go. That ATC controller was spot on with those 20 seconds. Let's see how much water spray we see. Yep, not as much water spray as I wanted, but better than nothing. And now they have to wait for further departure traffic on runway 28, if I have heard this correctly. like the one which is currently on the runway. Got the instruction like 2 minutes ago that it's 8 more minutes for departure. And this one has received the same message, so
Space 5 for Bravo, wind 260 degrees 6 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff. Runway 16, clear for takeoff. Space 4 now, Papa Tower, hello to you. Your departure in approximately 7 minutes.
okay. Change of plans.
Lufthansa 9 Charlie, Tower German 5, your departure approximately 8 minutes. December 4 Delta, still about 4 minutes for your departure, line up at weight runway 28.
Seems like I've misunderstood something about the departure sequence, because they're now letting out those who... Yep, they're now letting all those out which have been taxiing to 16. This one has also got takeoff clearance now. And the next on runway 28 will get clearance in about 3.5 minutes. So it could be enough for the 777 as well. Was not enough for a 777. They have to wait for a few minutes. And Rocco Loco, welcome to the live stream, and I can hear a 777 engine getting started from here. So it could be that Singapore is now indeed doing the engine start. And based on your info, they will get a slot in a few minutes. So let's see whether we will see it in a few minutes. Then Infinite 441, welcome to the stream. Glad that you joined. I hope you enjoy it. Und Theta Aircraft, ich werde ihn von hier aus filmen, also ich werde jetzt sicher nicht mehr die Position wechseln, bis der da ist. Okay, we have more airplanes on final. Looks like an Edelweiss A320 with the Help Alliance livery. Okay, the Swiss 777 is now lining up on runway 16, departure in 3 minutes. And before we have an Edelweiss A340 landing, a delayed flight from Cancun. And the Emirates A380 appears to be overhead. I can see it actually, I can show you. Oh, here it is. Landing in about 10 minutes from now, the Emirates A380. But first we have another quad jet, the beautiful Edelweiss A340 from Mexico. So, and Singapore Airlines is taxiing. Look at that. Has been waiting for a long time, following a Swiss A330. And this 777 here should be departing in a few seconds. No, it's not. First, there is a Lufthansa flight departing on 28, but I assume after that one we will get the 777 rolling. Singapore Airlines departure planned in 12 minutes from now, so I guess after the A380 has landed. Now it's the 777's turn. You can see there in the background the Swiss A321. He will depart from intersection Echo 3, which is not right at the beginning of the runway, so it seems like it doesn't need the full length. So, the Emirates A380 is number 2 for landing. Are you ready to see it? Of course, one of the big highlights today. Storybeats, willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Und ja, ich bin eigentlich jede Woche live. Dan, Fanblade, thank you very much for the donation. Glad you enjoyed the stream. That was for you. Thank you very much. Now you can see this A321 has lined up on runway 16 at taxiway intersection Echo 3. And the Swiss A330 is now lining up right behind from Echo 2. So 2 aircraft on the runway, but that is no issue. They're not interfering with each other. The A321 will take off first. And now it's time to pan over to the approach sector for the Emirates A380 landing. There's quite a crowd here right now. And here it is, the king of the skies. I should keep it on the screen, of course. And more heavy aircraft coming up. Now it's really rush hour time, ladies and gentlemen. Oscar, welcome to the live stream and greetings to Canberra. And now this A321 will take off, as you can see, not at the beginning of the runway. I can zoom out actually a little. Then you can also see that there is the A330 which has lined up already. They do this from time to time. And here is Singapore Airlines. After sitting for like 90 minutes on the de-icing pad, They finally get a slot. There's another 777 following behind. And there will be more actually.
402, hello to you, I'm Juliet, cross runway 2, correct, 8, one to 1 is 755, ciao ciao.
The Swiss flight to Seoul has also been pushed back, which is an A340. But first we will see this A330. And I'm also looking a bit to the west to see whether this rain front will really show up. It starts to get a bit darker over there. I hope that it will not arrive until like in 30 minutes. Next up is Singapore Airlines. They deserve it to depart now. They had to bring a lot of patience today. We'll have a good flight in there. And this 777 has received clearance to taxi forward to Echo 2, which is the second entry to runway 16. have El Al also coming up on runway 16. You can see it right now. And following El Al is Swiss flight 122, an A340 to Seoul.
Your next one in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Swiss 6 will equal line up at 800.
All right, we are now waiting for Prince William to arrive on his A321neo. He is approximately 20 minutes out. I really hope that the rain shower, which I start to see now, will not be here by then, but yeah, we will have to see.
Swiss 447 Golf Tower. Swiss 447 Golf Tower, it's Skirmer Oosthooflof, behind the 320 line up runway 28.
Yeah. At 14 or at 2:15 p.m. it should rain again. Ooh, that's going to be close, but well. Let's hope the best. Well, Air Canada, as usual, on runway 28, that's nothing special. And then we have multiple 777s also ready and the Delta flight to New York. So, plenty to see in the next minutes here.
Swiss 533 X-ray, wind 250 degrees 4 knots, runway 28 for takeoff.
Dann Swiss 280. Willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Und ja, die Amerikaner sagen gerne immer noch Swissair, weil, and I could explain this also in English maybe, if you have a Swiss flight on the radar screen of the ATC controller, they still have the code SWR, which was used by Swissair earlier, and maybe that's why some of the American controllers especially still say Swissair on ATC instead of Swiss. And Bani, welcome to you as well here in the live stream. Glad that you joined and I hope you enjoy it. The last few minutes here. And we are waiting for Prince William from the UK arriving. About 20 more minutes. So there are a few more departures out of runway 16 before the 777, which we see here, will receive takeoff clearance. And Eki, welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy it. We are waiting for this 777 to depart, but this will happen right now actually. Here we have the A340 to Seoul. And over here we have the El Al to Tel Aviv. Boeing 737-800.
Section 230 November, there is a short delay on the runway. We have to get out traffic on the crossing runway first. LL348 wind 26 degrees 8 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff. 16,
Now it's turns of El Al.
Swiss 5 on kilo, behind the Challenger, line up runway 28. Behind Challenger, line up runway 28. Behind 5 on kilo. Fraction 230 November, wind 257 degrees 6 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
I thought they would let the A340 out as well, but seems like it has to wait.
LL348 connect departure, bye-bye. Departure today, LL348.
Rain, 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 please stay away. Please stay away.
Swiss 122, wind 250 degrees 6 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff. 16, clear takeoff.
Alright, Prince William is getting closer, people.
Behind the Emirates airline up runway 28. Behind the Emirates airline up runway 28.
10 to 12 minutes, roughly.
Good afternoon. The moment your departure planned in approximately 8 minutes. Departure in around 8 minutes. Fraction 230 November, connect departure 125.955, bye-bye. 125.955, fraction 230 November, bye. Hello, fraction 5 to 5 Papa Tower, wind 230 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Swiss 5 on kilo, wind 260 degrees 6 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff. 730 connect, tower on load, summit, behind Edelweiss, line up runway 28. And Edelweiss, line up at rate 56, Show Dragon.
Speaking about the slow climb, look at that compared to the others. Okay, I also hear thunder over there. That's not good. And that's why I'm going to make it now as follows. As soon as the flight of Prince William has landed, I'm going to end the stream, pack everything together, hopefully in a dry condition, and then get to some shelter. Because thunderstorms, that's not something to play with around. We are in open fields here. Yeah. So, and he will land in about 5 to 10 minutes. This will just be in time to pack everything together here. So, let's hope that a few more heavies will show up until then. And the arrival of Prince William is, of course, from a plane spotter's perspective, the big highlight of today. Oh, there are lightnings even. And also we have Edelweiss A350 on final now. Okay, I really have to do a emergency like a break off here afterwards. I'll prepare everything in the meantime. Okay, let's get over it. Look at that. Not good. And what the hell is the Prince William flight doing? He's turning south. Okay, about a bit more than 5 minutes until Prince William will land here. I don't know why he has done this turn, but whatever. I really hope this thunderstorm does not come out too quickly now. Okay, next up is Qatar Airways with the A350 from Doha.
Could you continue on the sit until about 2 miles west of the field before turning right? Because if you turn right immediately after airborne, you will get directly to our inbound traffic on 14.
Oh, come on, why do you have to extend downwind now? Are you serious? That's the last thing I need now, that they sequence him somehow, that the arrival is delayed. Okay, next Qatar. Bit far away still. A350. And as I said, as soon as Prince William has landed, I'm going to end this stream here in about 10 minutes due to the thunderstorm which approaches now, and God, this is going to be close. I really have to put everything in the bag somehow and leave quickly afterwards. So and here we have Qatar Airways with the A350. Okay, Prince William is number 3. Oh shit. It's pouring down over there. Oh my goodness. Ah. For those we won't have time, I can tell you already. Dan Aviation Galaxy, thank you for staying with us for 2 hours already. That's great, thank you. And Paul, welcome to the stream as well, to the last minutes. Oh. Okay. I have an idea afterwards to break this thing off. I can quickly show you. Usually there's a hill over there, but you can't see it. It's raining so badly over there. And it's coming directly towards us. Prince William is number 2. So as soon as that thing has left my screen, I'm going to finish this live stream, pack everything as good as I can, and then go. And I use this opportunity now to thank everyone for tuning in today. And I hope you stay with me until Prince William has landed. It has been a great session today. Lots of cool stuff we've seen. And now one of the big highlights will close this off. Thank you again. Before you leave afterwards, make sure to hit the like and subscribe button to not miss any further content. Next video will be up on Wednesday. And the next live stream next weekend. Then, as I said, Prince William, A321neo of the Royal Air Force landing in about 2 minutes. And then I will go to shelter as fast as I can. It was a Royal Jordanian Embraer, and now all eyes to the airplane of Prince William. Here it is. Okay, it seems like it just works out with the rain. I have like 3 minutes afterwards. Oh man, that's the adrenaline of plane spotting. That's why I love it so much. All right, welcome to Switzerland, Prince William. And as I said, that's it for today. I have to go to shelter due to an approaching thunderstorm. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. Have a great rest of the Sunday. Have a great week. And see you next time. I've been Joel from Zurich Airport Spotter. See you soon again. Bye-bye.